Want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations, the rocks which continues underwater. There's a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover.
Hey you, what do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater. There is a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover. Quite a few of them awarded the best in the world. what I consider authentic hospitality. I guess to make the visitor feel part of your family. This is the main reason why guests visit again and again. It is because they feel Crete as their second home.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater. There is a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover. Quite a few of them awarded the best in the world. What I consider authentic hospitality. I guess to make the visitor feel part of the family. This is the main reason why guests visit again and again. It is because they feel Crete as their second home.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater. There is a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover. Quite a few of them awarded the best in the world. What I consider authentic hospitality. I guess to make the visitor feel part of the family. This is the main reason why guests visit again and again. It is because they feel Crete as their second home.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater. There is a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover. Quite a few of them awarded the best in the world. What I consider authentic hospitality. I guess to make the visitor feel part of your family. This is the main reason why guests visit again and again. It is because they feel Crete as their second home.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut.
No. No. Shall I? Yes? Are we ready to begin? Ready to begin? I'll give people a moment to sit down. Good morning, Σεβασμιότατη,
Your Reverence, I will speak in both Greek and English. I promise to the interpreters that I won't switch every sentence. It is a great honor, nevertheless, that I'm here in Crete. My name is Bruce Clark, and I will need to explain who I am in a few words. I am an author, journalist, lecturer, online religion editor of The Economist, and it is the first time that we do have a conference on this important topic. I hope that with this conference the speakers and all our delegates will learn a lot about holy places in Greece and the Greeks, about the general discussion around the world about religious tourism, which is a big trend all over the world. 200 million people participate in pilgrimages, not every year, and there are various reasons for that number that I will explain. What else should I say about myself? I have written some books about these issues, and various books on the exchange of population between Turkey and Greece, a book about Athens Wisdom City, and from the first words you learn when you study the history of Athens is the word sponsor. In the past, in the Pericles era, a rich person always wanted to sponsor a play. That was the biggest honor ever. And that was, and he would get a prize for that. So sponsor is the first, one of the first words you learn when you study about Athens. And in this event, we do have three big sponsors: the Greek National Tourism Organization, the region of Crete, and Power Game Company, and would like to thank them all from the bottom of my heart.
but you'll hear a little bit of Greek and a little bit of English from me. Just last weekend, I had the great honor to be received in the Fana, in the headquarters of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, by His All Holiness the Patriarch, and he was good enough to record for us a message, in fact, two messages of welcome and good wishes for this conference in two different languages, and that's what we're going to hear now. Now, I'm going to, you won't see me at the podium again, you'll see me sitting here.
Αγαπητοί ομίγυρες, αγαπητοί σύνεδροι, ζούμε σε μια εποχή κατά την οποία εκατοντάδες εκατομμύρια άνθρωποι μετακινούνται διαρκώς.
The message by His All Holiness will follow also in English after the Greek version is finished. So please wait for the Greek video to end and then you will listen to it in its English version. Thank you.
Λόγω οικογενειακών έκτακτων περιστάσεων ή προβλημάτων υγείας. Πολλοί ταξιδεύουν για σπουδές ή απλώς για ξεκούραση και αναψυχή. Έχει επίσης υπολογιστεί ότι περισσότεροι από 200 εκατομμύρια άνθρωποι ταξιδεύουν κάθε χρόνο για θρησκευτικούς λόγους. Στο Οικουμενικό Πατριαρχείο έχουμε μακρά εμπειρία και γνωρίζουμε καλώς το νόημα της ιεραποδημίας ως κεντρικής πτυχής της χριστιανικής ταυτότητάς μας. Πράγματι, η ίδια η πίστη μας συχνά περιγράφεται στην Αγία Γραφή ως οδός, ως πορεία. Από τις απαρχές της χριστιανικής εποχής, πιστοί άνθρωποι από την περιοχή μας ταξίδευαν στην Αγία Γη για να επισκεφθούν τους ιερούς τόπους, οι οποίοι είναι συνδεδεμένοι με τη ζωή, το θάνατο και την Ανάσταση του Χριστού. Έχουμε επίσης συνυπάρξει σε πνεύμα αμοιβαίου σεβασμού με ανθρώπους που έκαναν προσκύνημα στους δικούς τους ιερούς τόπους. Αυτή την πασχάλια περίοδο η Εκκλησία μας ενθυμείται και τιμά μια σύντομη αλλά πολύ σημαντική πεζοπορία 2 μαθητών του Κυρίου προς την κομμόπολη Εμαούς. Καθοδόν τους συνάντησε ένας άγνωστος συνοδοιπόρος, τα σοφά λόγια του οποίου άναψαν φωτιές στην καρδιά τους. Μόνον όταν έφτασαν στον προορισμό τους και μοιράστηκαν όλοι μαζί τον άρτο, κατανόησαν ότι ο μυστηριώδης συνοδοιπόρος τους ήταν ο Κύριος και διδάσκαλός τους, ο οποίος τους είχε αποκαλύψει το νόημα και τον σκοπό του πάθους και της Αναστάσεώς του. Μεταξύ πολλών άλλων, αυτή η ιστορία μας υπενθυμίζει ότι κάθε φορά που εγκαταλείπουμε την ασφάλεια του σπιτιού μας, γινόμαστε πιο ευάλωτοι, αλλά και πιο ανοιχτοί σε νέες εμπειρίες και νέες αποκαλύψεις για το βάθος των πραγμάτων. Αυτό ισχύει για κάθε προσκύνημα. Ό,τι συμβαίνει καθοδόν δεν είναι λιγότερο σημαντικό από αυτό που θα ζήσουμε όταν φτάσουμε στον προορισμό μας. Είτε πρόκειται για τα ταξιδιωτικά γραφεία, τους ιδιοκτήτες ξενοδοχείων, τις αεροπορικές εταιρείες ή τους απλούς ανθρώπους που υποδέχονται και φροντίζουν τους προσκυνητές, η προστασία, η υγεία και η ευημερία αυτών των πιστών ανθρώπων είναι ένα ευγενές και σπουδαίο έργο. Δυστυχώς, μαζί με πολλές άλλες τραγικές επιπτώσεις της, η πανδημία του κορονοϊού COVID-19 έχει διαταράξει σε μεγάλο βαθμό τη λειτουργία των ιερών τόπων και προσκυνημάτων σε ολόκληρο τον κόσμο. Με όλα αυτά κατά νου, στέλνουμε τις ευχές μας από το Οικουμενικό Πατριαρχείο σε όλους εσάς που συμμετέχετε στο σημαντικό αυτό συνέδριο για το μέλλον του θρησκευτικού τουρισμού, το οποίο διοργανώνει το έγκυρο και παγκοσμίως γνωστό περιοδικό Economist. Χριστός Ανέστη. Dear participants, we live in an age when hundreds of millions of people are on the move. Some are traveling to escape war, poverty, or environmental disaster. Others have to travel because of family emergencies or health problems. Others still live home in pursuit of education or simply rest and recreation. And it has been estimated that more than 200 million people travel every year with a religious purpose. At the Ecumenical Patriarchate, we have long experience of pilgrimage as a central aspect of our faith. Indeed, our faith itself is often described in Holy Scriptures as a journey, iodos. Since the earliest years of the Christian era, faithful people from this part of the world have traveled to the Holy Land to visit places associated with the life, death, and resurrection of our Savior. We have also coexisted with people who were making different journeys to different holy places in a spirit of deep mutual respect. At this time of the year, our church remembers a short but very significant journey, when two followers of our Lord walked about 10 kilometers to the village called Emmaus. On the road, they were joined by a mysterious companion whose wise words made their hearts burn. Only when they reached their destination and broke bread together did they understand that their companion was their own Lord and Master, who had explained to them the reasons for his suffering and ultimate triumph. Among its many meanings, this story reminds us that every time we leave the security of home, we become more vulnerable, more open to new encounters and new moments of understanding. That is true for every pilgrimage. What happens on the road is no less important than the destination. Whether for travel companies, hotel owners, airlines, or the ordinary people who look after and receive pilgrims, the protection, health, and well-being of religious travelers is a noble concern. Along with many other tragic effects, the appearance of coronavirus has greatly disrupted the life of the world's most sacred sites. With all this in mind, we send good wishes from the Ecumenical Patriarchate for 2 days important conference organized by the Economist magazine on the future of religious tourism. Thank you. Christos Anesti.
Well, wise words from His All Holiness, especially when he says that the road is just as important as the destination, something which applies to all pilgrimages. It's now my honor to invite two of our main sponsors to give some words of welcome. First of all, Mr. Dimitris Frangakis, Secretary General of the Greek National Tourist Organization.
Thank you, Bruce. It's an honor and privilege to be here with us today. Thank you so much. Σεβασμιότατοι, κύριε Περιφερειάρχη, κύριε...
Reverences, regional representatives, vice mayors and vice mayors, it's a great honor for EOT to inaugurate cooperation with one of the most important magazines all over the world, The Economist, an organization that has proven that whatever it does, it places it in the limelight around the world. And I'm very happy today because this conference is organized in Crete and my hometown, Chania, in the municipality of Platania, which is a great honor and an opportunity. 300 million people around the world traveled for pilgrimage tours around the world. They are people that have a special profile of visitor, a higher status. They travel around the world in order to be in contact with religion or cultural heritage that has to do with religions in general. And since the pandemic, all these past years has changed the profile of people that travel. It has changed almost everything in the way we choose a destination. We believe that the main pillar in order to develop Greek tourism is to enrich it and enhance experience tourism. Religious tourism is that, actually. In Greece, we have managed to have visitors of that profile these past years, but we are far away from our main objective when we come to think the monuments, religious monuments of this country and what it represents for Christianity. I am happy to see people from Greece and abroad that are here with us today to share the latest trends with regard to religious tourism, and we will be wiser at the end of the conference. And I believe that our policy in this sector will be improved because of their knowledge. I would like to thank once again the region of Crete, Power Game, that supports this conference, and of course the economists that have managed to organize this conference. Thank you very much. We wish you all the best.
Call upon another of our principal sponsors, Mr. Eftichis Palikaris, who is the General Director of the Power Game Company. Κύριε Παλίκαρη, σίγουρα θα ξέρετε πολλά μοναπάτια, αν επιτρέπετε το αστείο.
Mr. Palikaris, you might know a lot of paths. Good morning, everyone. The other Haniot is here. I also come from Chania, and I would like to say that at that area where I live, it's very difficult to find people during winter, but a lot of monuments, Byzantine ones, and other. And every time I visit my hometown, I do visit a lot of these sites, churches with frescoes, etc. I am impressed because every year we have various tourists from all over the world coming to Crete, but they don't know of this heritage of Greece. They take some itineraries around Chania, some walks, but they are not aware that there are 40 Byzantine churches around this area worth visiting. I think it's not the exception to the rule, but it's something that you can find all over Greece. We have Meteora, Mount Athos, Patmos, of course, Tinos Island that exceed the borders of Greece. But we should not limit ourselves to our experience. We need to see what is happening around the world, Middle East, Italy, Spain, where we have thousands of visitors all these past years trying to have new experiences. Despite the pandemic and unfortunately despite the war in Ukraine, the wave of religious tourism is still bold, and probably at this difficult time it is reinforced. There is a trend, an upward trend in that. I believe in that, irrespective of what is happening in the economy that are actually challenged. So how an economic portal like Power Game, I am the director of which participates in this discussion. First of all, we participate because we believe that this initiative by the economist is important for our country because it actually brings a dialogue to the limelight. We bring together people from various religions, doctrines, to discuss about issues, important issues. And there is economic activity and incentives to develop religious tourism. And last but not least, we are interested in the consequences of this trend. From the ever-changing international conditions. I wish you all the best with the conference. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Palikares, and we will have two official openings from people of the church. We have His Holiness Divine, All Holiness Metropolitan of Dodoni. Your Most Reverence, you've got the floor.
Το γύρας ούγαρ έρχεται μόνο, έτσι.
Old age does not come without problems, so allow me to change my glasses. Your venerables, dear organizers and participants of the International Conference of the Economists. The Christ has risen from the death. It is with great pleasure and in response of this invitation addressed to me that I am here today in Crete to participate in the conference under the title Religious Tourism, Encouraging Inclusive Growth. And I convey the greetings of the Metropolitan Bishop, Mr. Hieronymus, and as a head of the pilgrimage office, I would like to underline to all participants and all those involved in tourism and its special aspects. The pilgrimage tours for the church has as their objective respect, peace among the peoples without discrimination but with discretion. Our Orthodox Christian faith is inspired by all these principles. The Christian pilgrimages, the churches, but also holy monasteries, places of the presence of the resurrective light of our Lord, are ideal places of visit, not in the form and purpose of viewing beautiful landscapes only, neither some remnants of the glorious historical past, but primarily the discovery of living and flourishing Christian community and the experience of an authentic, resurrective and bright way of Christian life and witness. The pilgrimage sites, our holy monasteries, bear witness to our history, culture, and roots. In times when multimodal and multi-way alienation invades everywhere, the preservation, proper targeted promotion of this valuable heritage, not as a museum species, but as a living experience, is the only antidote to the resistance and recovery from this devastating storm of our times. I also want to believe that your effort today goes hand in hand with that of our church in Greece. Through its institutions and the Synodal Office for Pilgrimage Tours of the Holy Synod, which this year marks 22 years of life and worthwhile action. Our valuable executives and associates carry out an unprecedented, multifaceted pastoral work in the field of the development and promotion of pilgrimage tours, promoting thus Orthodox Christian culture. Dear ones, the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic 2 years ago and the necessary health measures to limit the deadly consequences affected people around the globe, resulting in suspension of attempts to get to know new places, while at the same time imposed new ways of reaching them. The doubt, anxiety, and uncertainty of the first period of 2020 was succeeded 1 year later by the hope of vaccination and its positive results. Now it's high time we move towards a new normality and communication to continue collaborate with us. All bodies which have the responsibility of developing and promoting pilgrimage tours in order to organize and implement a new strategic planning in religious tourism. Planning must look to the future and be absolutely realistic on the basis of current data, to be based on the bonding of theory and practice in accordance with new scientific knowledge and professional experiences which cannot remain unaffected by the current events. It is necessary to organize all of us as soon as possible in order to find to what extent and how COVID-19 influenced, among other things, the incentives and behaviors of millions of visitors to religious monuments, and not only worldwide. The organization of religious tours must be based on respect for the personality and integrity of the visitors' lives. Tourism, monoculture, and thematic exclusivity per region now belong, and especially after the pandemic, to another world. The networking and synergies between religious destinations and cultural and religious monuments, either inter-regional or between regions or between states, and especially between various institutions related to religious and cultural tourism, will be a multiplier of religious visits. If the 2020 pandemic has taught us anything, it is that we must be flexible in finding solutions. Respecting the sacred nature of all forms and eras of religions and cultural monuments and destinations is a priority of our church in Greece. With great horror and sorrow, we are watching today, along with the life-giving images of God, our fellow human beings and Christian brothers who are killing each other after the violent invasion of the Russian troops in Ukraine, temples to be bombarded, monasteries, pilgrimage, and not only. We express our sorrow. We condemn every war from wherever it comes and pray that the Lord bring peace back on earth. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you once again for inviting me to attend the opening of the proceedings and to participate in this conference. And let me wish you all health and success in your work, the joy, freedom, and peace, these precious goods and unique gifts of God to man, to be part of your lives. The glory of resurrection, may ever be with you. I went 2 times in China, the Ministry of the Exterior and the Minister of Tourism and the Embassy of China in Athens not to bring any sign of religion on me, not to talk about God, etc. So when I went to China, I went without my outfit, and a newspaper wrote back then that I threw away my outfit. But in China, if I wasn't to talk about Greece, about God, what would I talk to them about? So I told them, come to Greece because we have the same long religion with you. And when we are in recreation moments, I need to remind you that we have a soul to take care of. Thank you very much.
Let me also say that the from the General Council, I apologize, of Greece and China, I was asked to talk to Mrs. Kefalogianni and Mr. Venizelos to provide them with resources in order to reply to the to approximately 200 applications for Chinese people to move to Greece. They understood that they had their soul to save, so that's why they wanted to come to Greece. Thank you very much, Your Most Reverend. It's a great honor that we have with us the newly elected Archbishop of Crete, Eugenius, the Most Reverend Eugenius, Archbishop of Crete, and he was in Phanar quite recently, like myself. It's a great honor to have you with us, and you have the floor.
Σεβασμιότατε και πολυφίλητε.
Your Most Reverend, dear friend, Archbishop of Dodoni, experienced and fervent teacher of ours for the past 22 years. As the president of the office of the Holy Synod of Greece for pilgrimage tourists, dear members of the clergy, Most Reverend preacher of the local Church of Crete, dear Mayor, Secretary General of the Greek National Tourism Organization, heads of the regional authorities, dear friends. It is with great pleasure that we welcome you to Crete in Platanias, in this really hospitable place and this beautiful hotel where the important conference entitled Encouraging Inclusive Growth in the Era of Pandemics is hosted, focusing, of course, on religious pilgrimage tourism, the remarkable aspects of its implementation and the ways in which this may be further developed with no exclusions, with no limitations, in an era of global challenges and multiple crises. Especially now that the global crisis is so multidimensional and generates uncertainty within people, it is the time when Church has to show its care towards the modern people and their concerns. As you rightly said, your Most Reverend from Dodonis, we have to help humans find the pathways in their souls because they are looking forward to some new ways of communication, of genuine communication that will take them away from their monotonous daily lives. According to the World Tourism Organization, this specialized format of religious tourism remains resilient in times of crisis compared to the leisure tourism, which is considered to be a luxury. So pandemics and the constraints and the lockdowns made people across the world to hold their breath, surprised, intimidated, uncertain, fearful of the future. These were the sentiments they used to experience, and in the end, all these things came together in the form of a second wave that overwhelmed us all after the pandemic. What the pandemic disclosed was that nothing should be taken for granted. Nothing is for certain. We have to be able to anticipate and find flexible solutions. That's why it's high time that we walked away from our uncertainties of the past and work together in order to organize and to draft a very comprehensive plan on religious tourism. This kind of planning has to be forward-looking, but at the same time it has to be totally realistic on the basis of the current facts. We have to put together theory and practice. We have to bring together scientific knowledge with professional experience. Right now, we have no room for wrong decisions. That's why we have to join forces and help all stakeholders join forces in a context of synergy, mutual respect, and collaboration. I have to particularly congratulate the organizers and the representatives of the Economist publication for this really novel idea to organize, after 2 years of lockdowns and limitations away from scientific conferences, such an event. It is of particular importance, not just for our homeland, not just for this place which is now placed at the center of attention globally, but also for everyone who's involved with tourism, because religious tourism is a very fast-growing trend that combines spiritual quest and physical relaxation of the visitor. Indeed, religious tourism constitutes an element of unity of the community of people, in the communities of people. It is an element that helps the human character emerge, and the church takes these elements and helps them and purifies them. In this global community in which believers exist, they are invited to live their lives in Christ. So every believer becomes a creator of civilization in all its richness and forms. The mysticism of the experience of the pilgrim with the sites proposes another option, the right option for one to lead one's life. It's inspiring, it's supporting, it's encouraging for the visitor, especially in our times of confusion, our times of financial, health-related and social crisis and uncertainty. It is a blessing to be able to move around these areas. It contributes to progress, and it enriches our society. Respect of the sacred nature of all forms and eras of religious and cultural monuments and destinations has to be a priority. Sadly, the global public opinion remains stunned as they watch our fellow people, Christian Orthodox themselves, to kill each other. After the violent invasion of Russian armed forces in Ukraine, and we see sacred sites and monuments of global and Christian civilization being bombed and shelled, like churches, temples, etc. The Apostolic Church of Crete possesses the dynamics of creative coexistence, of bringing together different elements to coexist, different traditions and cultures. It represents a bridge of communication between the West and the East, and it's a very important trade hub for the sea routes of the Mediterranean. Crete has developed a very specific, a very individual cultural character and complex tradition. At the same time, this island has an amazing natural beauty, sites, monuments, in conjunction with historical sites, landscapes, and of course the archaeological sites and the more than 2,000-year-old culture compose a unique entity that belongs to the present and wins the heart of all visitors. Today we are here to welcome you all, and our land embraces you with much love. And of course, my dear Mr. Parlikaras, it's not a temptation, it's a blessing being able to visit the beautiful religious sites around your home in southern Crete. So this is a blessing to visit these places, and it's a blessing to have this conference. And in all my humility, I'd like to corroborate what the previous speaker said about the spiritual experience one gets when carrying out a religious exploration. It's a way to resurrect and help our soul recover. I wish the best for the works of your conference, and I hope that very useful findings and conclusions will be created and deducted to the benefit of our people. I hope that all your lifetime will be a period of celebration of resurrection. I hope that your soul will resurrect day in, day out, and you help others resurrect as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much to the last two speakers. Both of them emphasized correctly that the era of the pandemic has required flexibility, has indeed created a certain flexibility in the solution to many problems. And we're going to show that flexibility this morning by having an electronic participation from the Greek government at the highest level. And so it's my honor to invite Niki Kerameos, the Minister of Education and Religion, to speak electronically, a distinguished member of the Greek government.
Your Most Reverend, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear Vasilis, Mr. Agorastos, dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be participating in this conference that touches upon an aspect, a dimension of our touristic offering that highlights our long-standing trajectory of our country in the field and the unending opportunities we have to be a very attractive destination on all year long. Religious tourism has been one of the very few reasons why people used to travel to find spirituality. It's a brand new content it has right now. It becomes modern. It's a discipline in universities. It becomes a competitive advantage for local communities and a way to promote our cultural heritage. Further development of religious tourism and pilgrimage tourism currently is favored in Greece. Let me share with you 3 points about these new circumstances that arise. A, we have limitless capabilities thanks to technology. I have had the honor and pleasure to visit the online interactive exposition of the treasures of Mount Athos during the pandemic. One could have seen how new channels of communications are being built between our Christian legacy and the current civilization, how global citizens may become conveyors of our own faith, and how these people can meet these monuments and sites online. It's an amazing opportunity. The tools are amazing, and we can use them to the benefit of religious tourism. Second, increased interest for natural environment and experiential tourism. Our country may secure and ensure the provision of these offerings. Our archaeological sites and religious monuments represent an integral part of our offering. We have small churches and chapels carved in the rocks. We have Patmos, Meteora, the Mount Athos community, and other sites and destinations for pilgrimage may coexist with gastronomy, haute cuisine, amazing, beautiful, amazing natural beauties that will attract the visitor and offer them an unforgettable experience. Third point, the amazing location of our country and our drive to extroversy. It's an amazing conjuncture, of course, as the outcome of a coordinated effort by the government in the past 2.5 years that has turned Greece into a star of the international tourism arena and a very modern tourism destination. Of course, we have to congratulate the ministry and personally the Minister of Tourism, Mr. Kikilias, for the great efforts he had paid together with his staff in order for our country to acquire the position that it is entitled to have in the global arena, a safe, politically stable country, an investment destination, and a commercial hub that develops academic partnerships, that takes initiatives, and a country that's extrovert, dynamic, with an open horizon and self-awareness. This can be nothing else but an amazing place for all visitors and pilgrims who want to find the light of tradition, religion, and they're trying to find an ideal place of meeting and coming together. So with these thoughts, and strongly believing that tourism, religious tourism, is a very important field for our country, I'd like to congratulate the organizers of this meeting in Chania, those attending and those participating in it, for dealing with such a timely issue. Thank you very much for your attention, and I hope the best and I wish the best for your conference.
Thank you, Minister Kerameos. It's now my honor to call on Mr. Vasilis Kikilias, the Minister of Tourism, to speak to us, but also electronically.
Good morning. Thank you, The Economist, for this invitation. I couldn't add anything more to what the Minister of Education and Religious Affairs has already added. Your Holinesses, good morning, dear friend, Mr. Agorastos, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being there. The Greek society expects revenues in 2022 and support of the primary sector, production, and all of the sectors that are involved in tourism. This source of revenue is tourism, and this year the government, the Prime Minister, the ministries, we have done an effort from earlier to create a sustainable tourist model, and by extending the tourist period. I can't forget these past 2 years of the pandemic. We have made a great effort with the Ministry of Education to operate via new technologies, digitization, and facilitate people. The pandemic has changed the world, the society. This is obvious. And now we are at the level of seeking in this tourist product of ours these sources of inspiration, support, and thematic aspects that can bring more quality tourism, upgraded tourism to Greece, winter tourism in Greece, and during the Easter season, all our destinations around the country were full of visitors. Religious tourism is not simple and not just another part of our tourism. It is guided by our internal need to be acquainted to our Orthodox tradition and the monuments. Either they come from the Byzantine times or the newer times. Either they have to do with holy islands like Patmos or the frescoes we see in the churches of Athens or of northern Greece. People that visit them are strongly moved, and they attract people from abroad. And I was in Romania a few days ago, and they are very keen in visiting religious sites in Greece. But it's not the commercial aspect we seek in religious tourism. It is the spirituality, because amid the pandemic and even before that, when we had the memoranda, people would not go to churches, and especially during the COVID. And it was an effort made by the Minister of Education and Religious Affairs to allow the faithful people visit their church because they had that need. And now that everything is open, people are welcome to visit the churches, and in that way to promote religious tourism as well. So, I think that Greece can be number one in pilgrimage tourism, and be part of what we experience in Greece. And I see this effort in the Holy Fathers of the Church. In October, November, December, that traditionally are not the peak of our tourism, we will have for 2022 coordinated efforts to attract this kind of pilgrimages, and in January as well, and that could be combined with new technologies, holograms, digital apps that will inform people about the tours, pilgrimage tours, what are the monuments that worth visiting for those months that are not part of the summer holidays. It is something that people look forward to visiting besides the sea. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I need to tell you that we have a long way ahead to organize everything, but we are looking forward to organize such important projects for the Greek tourism. Thank you very much.
From both the two last speakers include the fact that in the age of COVID, in the age of insecurity, in many ways, people's desire for religious tourism, desire for the refreshment and the spiritual inspiration which they get from religious travel is even greater. So some forms of tourism may be under pressure. Recreational tourism may be under pressure, and indeed in some places diminishing demand, but demand for spiritual tourism is, if anything, rising, and that creates new challenges and new opportunities. One more contribution from the Greek government, we have a message from Minister Lefteris Avianakis, Deputy Minister for Culture and Sport.
Αξιότιμες κυρίες και κύριοι, χαιρετίζω το εξαιρετικά ενδιαφέρον συνέδριο που
Dear ladies and gentlemen, it's a really important conference, the one that the Economist organized together with the regional authorities of Crete and the Greek National Tourism Organization. It's an international meeting point in Chania, an area with amazing potential for further development of religious tourism in our country. Tourism and all its branches like religious tourism and sports tourism, which for us ranks really high in our agenda, may provide our country with additional dynamic to show its extroversy and become a point of attraction of millions of tourists from across the world. Our country has a comparative advantage, an unparalleled beauty that may be combined with its cultural richness, the monuments, the sites, the gastronomy, and the long-standing tradition and history in combination with monuments, churches, temples, and places of worshipping. So at the national and regional level, and of course in collaboration with tourism stakeholders, we may cover all religious needs of our visitors. So if we provide targeted incentives, we can deliver and have people visiting our country, enjoying our amenities and services, while at the same time supporting local communities and promoting Greece abroad. This is our objective in the ministry. By claiming by submitting a file to host important sporting events like the international tour, the cycling tour in Greece, the Tour of Hellas. The same, we know very well, we have a great collaboration with all tourism stakeholders, and we know, because of our direct communication with the stakeholders in Crete, that this event, the International Tour of Hellas, gave our country an amazing way to have access to hundreds of countries around the world. I wish the best to your conference, and I'm pretty sure that all speakers will contribute by means of their knowledge and experience in the public debate on the future of religious tourism in Greece. Both Mr. Anautakis, the regional governor, and my good friend and Secretary General of National Tourism Organization, Mr. Fagakis, will most certainly help together with all involved parties so that Crete will fulfill another objective of its. And I'm pretty sure we will reap the benefits, all of us. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Avianakis. So,
we're going to change form slightly and have maybe a little bit more of an open-ended discussion between certain important participants. And as the last speaker just said, one of the many benefits of religious tourism is that it reinforces local economies and local societies. And exactly that is going to be the theme of our next segment of discussion. Now, it's now my honor to invite Mr. Stavros Anautakis, the regional governor of Crete, Periferiakis της Κρήτης, to address us and then to sit down beside me, where we can have, along with some electronically present friends, a discussion. You will deliver your speech first, and then you're invited to sit next to me. Your Holinesses, ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, it is with great pleasure that we welcome to Chania all the distinguished speakers of the Economist Conference on Religious Tourism. It is really a great event that focuses on the prospects of developing a dynamic tourism sector and at the same time highlights the unique beauties of Greece and Crete that constitute a comparative advantage in the global tourism market.
Ladies and gentlemen, the regions of the country are separate parts of a unique mosaic that has been constructed on the basis of the variety of natural beauty and light for centuries, maintaining at the same time the strength of the mosaics of our century-old religious tradition. The emergence and respect of this tradition is of paramount importance today and is a key aspect for further supporting tourism and fostering regional development. In this context, as a region of Crete, we are implementing a plan of upgrade and restructuring of tourism sector, a project based on improvement and development of infrastructure, digital upgrading of tourist companies, upgrading tourist products, environmental protection and sustainability, and of course the promotion of thematic forms of tourism. By implementing this strategy, the region of Crete, in direct synergies with both the Ministry of Culture and the Archdiocese of Crete, our metropolises and parishes, has built an integrated network for the protection and promotion of our religious monuments. In this direction, we have used the NSRF resources and the public investment program funds in order to promote Byzantine churches, restore other churches, preserve the murals, and the promotion of religious monuments. For example, I would like to mention the preservation of Byzantine churches in the Gorge of Samaria, part of the integrated special investments of the UNESCO areas. At the same time, the maintenance and promotion of our monasteries are also in progress, such as the restoration of the abbot's building of the Holy Trinity Monastery of Trazagalon and the maintenance of the monastery of Agios Georgios Epanosiphi, projects that ultimately enrich the experience of visitors but also connect them with the hiking or gastronomic networks through which the visitors can have an overall experience of the area. At the same time, we perform dozens of works, preparing also investments for the next period, while through publications on the religious monuments of the islands, we complete the image of a region that highlights its special monumental religious reserve. Ladies and gentlemen, in an age of challenges, religious tourism can be a catalyst for achieving the goals of prosperity, sustainability, social inclusion, and cohesion. Taking that into consideration, religious tourism can give a new impetus to tourism industry, as it is one of the cornerstones for expanding tourist season. I would like to congratulate the economist. And I would like to underline that our island is the place of gods of mythology, but also the place of Byzantine Orthodox magnificence. It is the land of myths and saints that steps on the soil of Crete, an ark of beauty, spirit, and culture, a place where the senses come alive, where myth and history are in perfect harmony, an island with a strong identity, the color of which are on the canvas of religious history. Thank you very much. I wish you all the best with the
Τώρα συμμετέχουν στην συζήτησή μας. Και δίπλα μου.
So please take a seat. We will have a chat right now, an online chat. We're going to have two of your colleagues, Mr. Konstantinos Agorastos, the regional governor of Thessaly. He is with us online. Hello. And we also have, yes?
Είμαστε έτοιμοι.
We sadly can't hear the regional governor. Good morning. I'd like to thank the Economist, Power Game, the region of Crete, my colleague Mr. Naotakis, and all the attendants. He's the Most Reverend Archbishop of Crete, the mayor, my dear mayor of Trikala, Dimitris Papasteriou, yourselves, for this really meaningful event. Tourism is a driver of growth. Religious tourism has a very dynamic part of our touristic offering in our country. We live in an era of uncertainty, complexity, and vagueness. In this context, we are invited and we are called to respond using our faith. It is only faith that can help us exit the big deadlocks, and when it comes to faith, we're talking about the role of religion. That's why when times are hard, everybody tries to find resort to religion. In our case, in Thessaly, religious tourism is something really dynamic. The region of Thessaly over the past years has showed its interest and support to religious tourism and towards religious and cultural monuments. We have had more than 100 interventions, restorations, retrofits, frescoes recoveries. I'm talking about Byzantine and post-Byzantine churches. These works have been undertaken by the regional authorities, and we also create the circumstances for safe and easy access to these sites, because if it wasn't for that, then no accessibility would have been possible to the monuments. We are quite lucky because we live in Thessaly, the largest community of monasteries what you can find in Greece, because Mount Athos is not open for women, so we have the largest monastery community of monasteries in Greece. And given the fact that we have the Meteora Road network, and in collaboration with the Archbishop of Meteora, with the Bishop of Meteora, we have launched a major project entitled Roads of Faith. Under this project, all religious monuments and sites are being registered, and we are also restoring the library in this area, such as in Agias, Portaria, Makrinitsa, and we are also making an inventory of all religious monuments one can find in the wider territory of Meteora. Of course, after we register the monuments, after we sort them, one will be able to access them physically, and of course find out the entire course of this course of paths and roads. Of course, we have already started working on registering the monasteries and the churches of Larissa, Trikala, Karditsa, and this list has already been delivered to the world. What I strongly believe, and that's something we have to do in Greece in order to prolong the tourism season, is the touristic season, is to connect the two beacons of Christianity, Meteora and Mount Athos. It is a course that many people have walked. Many holy fathers have walked, and this is a course along which one may find lots of monuments, historical, religious, cultural monuments, which one may visit. That's the big bet we have for the future, this kind of peripatetic or ambulatory offering. This will be in the future the most powerful growth driver. Actually, religious tourism will be the one that will help us prolong the touristic period in continental Greece, the touristic season in continental Greece. So, find a way and connecting these global beacons of orthodoxy in an ambulatory project will be perhaps what will trigger a genuine revolution, if you like, when it comes to tourism in Greece. Thank you very much for your attention. I wish the best. Congratulations for the event. Because, as I said before, I want to repeat myself, tourism, religious tourism, is a dynamic touristic driver, and it's also a tool to help our soul's exaltation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Agorastos. We also have another guest online, Mrs. Dimitris Papastergiou. He is the mayor of Trikala and the president of the Union of Mayors of Greece, KEDE. Good morning. Good morning to you, to the head of the region. This event is really interesting, this meeting on religious tourism, because I think that religious tourism should perhaps be the oldest form of tourism ever. It was the outcome of an inner drive of humans to find a path that will lead them to God. They were trying to find their inner peace. And as time went by, this became bigger. I think that what we have to try and find right now is ways to modernize tourism religion in the context of respect. First, what Kostas Agorastos just said is very important, to make an inventory of all monuments and churches of Christianity and other religions, because if there is something that distinguishes civilized people from barbarians is respect to the religion of others. And we see what currently happens in Hagia Sophia, this dire situation. We take care of all our monuments in our country and we try to restore them, while on the other hand, these things happen in Hagia Sophia, and in a way we do that in a way that we try not to insult religions of other people. And we want also to enrich tourism, religious tourism, with other activities like pathways and pilgrimage, or the stories that link religious monuments. In Thessaly, for instance, these holy pathways and the ones we can find in Central Macedonia. We have the so-called the pathway of St. Peter in Macedonia, in Central Macedonia. We have to work a bit more in order to make it to these sites, but it's really important. So we have to provide people, the visitors, with ways to access them. So we can also link that with gastronomy. In Meteora, we have one of the most renowned communities, both spiritually and touristically. This may be, let's say, enriched with gastronomy, nutrition in monasteries, agro-tourism, also folklore tradition, very important thing, because our people has linked local festivals and festivities with monuments and monasteries. This whole package is quite interesting, and it is our responsibility. I mean, the regional authorities and the municipal authorities, we have the responsibility to promote them, to make them attractive, and invite high quality of tourists who will be invited to delve into the meaning of this monument. So once again, congratulations for this meeting today, and I think we have some great ideas to exchange. So we have three important individuals. Do you have time for a chat?
Πώς πάμε με χρόνο, ρωτάω. Ναι, έχουμε χρόνο. Είναι με την ευκαιρία.
So, let's use the opportunity.
Να κάνουμε μισό ηλεκτρονικά, μισό σωματικά, μια μικρή συζήτηση με έμφαση στη...
So, let's have a chat now, emphasizing on the role to be played by regional and municipal authorities. Let me make a first comment. Some really important points have been made. It was on the spot, like how environmental protection is linked to religious tourism. Because if someone loves Greek nature, will love the chapels and the monasteries. These two things go hand in hand. But when we have visits to monasteries and these communities, which are not touristic sites or attractions, we're talking about churches and monasteries with the liturgies and the rites and everything. There is always room for misunderstandings. Every religious community has certain spaces or areas where it is forbidden for visitors to enter. There are certain hours of the day when visitors are not allowed to enter. So, in order to have this mutual respect, we have to have mutual understanding on the rules of what's allowed and what's not allowed. Actually, some monasteries have rules on the way we should be dressed. So, I'm addressing to you because you represent the people. Do you think there is room for improvement in how the religious touristic offering is presented so that we can avoid such misunderstandings vis-à-vis our visitors? It's a bit challenging as a question, I think. Would you like to say a few words? Let's start with our colleagues online. It's far more difficult for them, so let's hear from them. Is it understood? Yes. Did you hear me? Κώστας first.
Κατανοητό είναι.
So, when it comes to monuments open to visitors, there is a protocol. The same happens with the communities, the religious communities. And this is the right thing in order to properly serve the monastic communities and the visitors, also within the time frame when the monastery or the community may be accessible. Because there are certain hours of a day when the community may expose its operations and the treasures found in them. That's why we have a certain way, certain regulations. There are no exclusions, no discriminations, and that's characteristic of the Greek Orthodox Church and religion. So we have no complaints. So we have certain procedures with respect to the visitor, to the pilgrim, by all holy churches and monasteries. And I'm talking about, and of course, those running Byzantine and post-Byzantine monuments in our country. Kostas, let me take this assist and say the following. In the first leg of the question, that had to do with the link between the respect of these monuments and environmental protection, those people who visit and try to find peace and quiet in these monuments are the ones who truly try to find a different way to have a tour around this area. So I agree that these two concepts, religious tourism and the quest of virgin or pure areas and beautiful natural sites go hand in hand. And I'm not just talking about Meteora, which is an amazing area. Administratively, it belongs to Kalabaka, but we also have other monasteries that, apologize, but the sound is really terrible. We cannot interpret. Yes, we have to review religious tourism in order to create the scenery around the monasteries, around the monuments that will convey the meaning and the experience one gets when visiting the very monument. I agree with my previous, with the colleagues. Let me add the following. indeed, there are areas of improvement. It will take partnership and synergies between local government, the church, municipal authorities, so that all together we can become a role model of collaboration and deliver, because we are all interested in the environment. We should not have so many people making it to the monasteries without a certain flow of incoming visitors, and as a result of synergy we can have the best result. There is a will, yes, there is a will, and especially in Crete we have been able to turn this into reality. We have the archdiocese, the churches, the church and the visitors. We are working together. I remember when I first went to Meteora back in the 1980s. I was a young journalist. At that time, the monastic life was declining. Currently, as far as I know, we have more monks there. The monastic life booms, and we have many more tourists going there. So there's no contradiction. If we have a goodwill and a mutual understanding, monastic life may flourish while welcoming tourists at the same time. And that's even more interesting for the tourists themselves, because they want to visit areas where there is an active monastic life. Yes, it's something unique. Any questions from the floor? Please. You have to wait for the microphone. Thank you. Some years ago, I attended a conference under the European Commission and the National School of Public Administration. It was a conference on the same topic, and we have had conferences organized with the Holy Diocese at the times of the late Christopoulos. There was a conference held in Meteora, and I was asked the following. This is a very active religious monument. We have liturgies, we have sacred rites. We are not tourist guides. It will take some time. We'll have to find the time to dedicate it to our sacred duties and tasks. So we have to take that into account. There should be better management, so there is no nuisance of the tourists to the monks and vice versa. They were the ones who said that, and I think it was a very, very right point to be made. There is no such problem right now. There is a harmonious coexistence of visitors and monks. On the contrary, monks may serve both the tourists, the visitors, and the pilgrims, because, pilgrims take part in the liturgies. And they also find time for their task. That's why there is a protocol. They have time for praying. So we have a harmonious coexistence and collaboration with mutual respect, and this creates the right atmosphere. For all these years we've been here, we have never witnessed such an issue. Meteora is also a monument protected by UNESCO, and it has been characterized as a religious site, so there is respect by the visitors and the climbers and the monks. Let me compliment that. And of course there is a certain opening hours for this very purpose, in order to avoid any mix-up between the visitors' interests and the tasks and the duties of the monks. So there is a certain degree of improvement, some improvement compared to when that conference took place, right? That's what we're interested in. So congratulations to Kostas and to the mayor for the efforts they have made, because we know very well how hard they try in order to get the best possible result. Thank you very much, dear head of the region, dear mayor. Let's move on to the next round of discussion.
Που έχει τίτλο «Σε αναζήτηση της αυθεντικής εμπειρίας, η ανάγκη ανάδειξης και προστασίας μνημείων θρησκευτικού τουρισμού σε περίοδο παγκόσμιας κρίσης».
Seeking the authentic experience, the need to highlight and protect the identity. First of all, Mrs. Sofia Zacharaki, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Greece, via connection. She will speak first because she does not have much time, and then we will have two metropolitan bishops of Crete to take the floor. Mrs. Zacharaki. Mr. Clark, thank you very much. I've been ready for time. I wanted to be there with you, but I have a students' conference. I am at the Acropolis Museum. I would like to thank you for inviting me. I would like to welcome all the venerable fathers, and I know that since early in the morning you have heard the representatives from the Ministry of Tourism, Ministry of Education, and all our ministries remain online. Our partners remain online because everything that will be said there is interesting. Every word we uttered today and the remarks about the operation hours, the opening hours, because we have religious monuments, the monks and the nuns would like to fulfill their religious duties as well, and it is something that we all need to respect. But we are at a critical point. It is very important that The Economist, an international magazine, along with the region of Crete and Power Game, focus on sustainability, and we're not talking about sustainability because it's a buzzword. And Chania was chosen with a long and living heritage with the monasteries and church, the Crete that combines religious tradition and hospitality. And there is respect between the two areas and complementarity and innovative thinking that does not interfere with the religious duties of the monasteries and church. So Crete is a protagonist in the recovery that we are experiencing this year, especially in tourism, and despite the adverse events like the war in Ukraine. And religious tourism is a part of this recovery. It is from these special growing forms of tourism. And in the Ministry of Tourism, I'm responsible for this form of tourism. Before the pandemic, it was mentioned that the visitors to religious monuments exceeded 300 million yearly. It is 1/4 of arrivals globally, whereas 600 million travels with religious incentives were organized globally. Of course, the pandemic affected tourism and the traditional link between religious tourism and organized travels. And we see that in Greece as well. So in the new era, we leave behind us the pandemic, and the religious tourism I think we should adjust to the realities. Religious tourism takes advantage of digital aspects of technology. You have already mentioned that, and the regional governors, the role of tourism, religious tourism, will increase because visitors tend to seek alternative experiences, especially after the lockdowns and the pandemic that we had experienced the past 2 years. Something that affected all of us deeply. Dear Mr. Clark and dear delegates, another dimension is also important to me, the spiritual support. People, the visitors that go to a religious site, a monastery, a church, that very moment, even though they are not Orthodox Christians, they feel the spirituality of the site and the contact with the soul and the spirituality they are all in need of. And during the pandemic, people more than ever have this spiritual uplift and emotional well-being. So religious tourism can operate as an aspect of our well-being. What do we do in the Ministry of Tourism? We try to enhance and promote the religious sites, and we are consistent in that. And we have recalled between Greece and Cyprus to disseminate our cultural and natural beauty in Greece and Cyprus. The conclusions of this recount will be implemented in mainland Greece. We take the studies that important deliverables of the project, and we try to focus on challenges and opportunities. We place emphasis on improving infrastructure and the importance of religious monuments. Infrastructures in most religious sites, there are weaknesses. The access is difficult, the road is rather shabby, so we try to improve this infrastructure, and Mr. Frangakis is focusing on that. We try to identify the monuments that their infrastructure need to be enhanced in order to be accessed by more tourism. We take advantage of digital means, and Crete is an example. In Crete has the orthodoxcrete.com that offers information about all religious monuments and itineraries in the island. And this is a digital library also that will be delivered soon. We need this digital guidance, most of us, when we visit an area. And we have bilateral agreements. We tend and in our guide schools have adjusted our curricula to include religious tourism for our tourist guides, and we have some special programs for the unemployed. We will run that from the end of 2022, beginning 2023, in order to promote references to religious tourism. In the framework for growth, we have included infrastructure and an effort to attract special markets.
Since we need to talk about sustainability, it is in the framework of SDGs that religious tourism can contribute to quality, because it attracts visitors that seek new experiences, balance, because it offers geographical balance, because most of the religious monuments are all over Greece and are open throughout the year. So prolongment of the tourist period and sustainability, because by nature is not proper for over-exploitation, to put it this way. And Orthodox faith underlines the harmonious relationship we all need to have with the environment. So religious tourism can serve sustainability goals and financial growth with the protection of nature and sustainable communities. Last but not least, when we talk about religious tourism, we talk about areas that are religiously active, which means respect on the part of the visitors. And since we are talking about this kind of activities, as Mr. Papasteriou has already said, to talk about side forms of tourism like hiking, ecotourism, gastronomy, and wine are side aspects of tourism that can develop along with religious tourism. So we can be the main actors in that with our initiatives for the regional development centers, and with our church we will try to be positive actors as well. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And hopefully you're right about sustainability. So we have a discussion without including the representatives of the church. So we have with us the most Reverend Kyrillos, Metropolitan of Hierapinitnis και Sitias, and His Eminence the Metropolitan of Kydonia. So Most Reverend Kyrillos has got the floor. Your Reverence, dear delegates, Christ is risen in the spirit of the resurrection, and I am among you in this international conference on religious tourism organized by the prestigious and internationally recognized Economist Group. Thank you for the invitation. We all know that the pilgrimage religious tourism begins to develop from the early Byzantine period, when after the excavations and the discovery of the Holy Cross from St. Helena on St. Lath, Jerusalem became the pole of attraction for many faithful travelers. This type of tour, pilgrimage, is analyzed over time until today as a sustainable, mild, and friendly to the natural and economic social environment form of tourism for special interest. In recent years, the development potential of religious tourism has attracted increasing interest at a religious, political, cultural, economic, and social level due to the mass movement annually of tens of millions of pilgrims of various religions, Christians to Jerusalem, Muslims to Mecca, Hindus to the Ganges River. The form of this tourism is addressed not only to pious pilgrims, but also to any benevolent visitor who seeks the spiritual benefit and recreation, contemplation, inner peace and serenity from the performed sacred services and the authentic experience of a different way of life. Pilgrims of sacred places often develop strong psycho-emotional ties with the sacred monument that make it a personal point of reference, which is why the spirit of reconciliation, mutual respect, and reconciliation between peoples and with every different person is cultivated without discrimination, but always with discretion, as mentioned earlier by the Reverend of Dodoni. The pilgrimage connects in a unique way faithful people with sacred places, historical monuments, miraculous images, icons, people of local culture and local cultures, and contributes greatly to the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals. Undoubtedly, there is an interaction between development of and religious pilgrimage tourism and modern and sustainable development and growth, since the attraction of visitors based on religion fuels local communities and regional sustainable development enhances the economic prosperity of communities, promoting thus local traditional products and generally promotes the local natural, cultural, and religious wealth. Focusing in tourism should be such so as to develop and implement appropriate policies to give a future imprint of its activities on economic, social, and environmental development. For an inclusive growth of sustainable development of religious tourism, the proper strategic planning and the good relationship and cooperation of the Church with the competent Ministry of Tourism, the Greek Tourism Organization, and the other stakeholders is required. At the same time, it is necessary to take appropriate measures for the conservation and protection of natural heritage and biodiversity, and for the protection of the ecological balance as important religious monuments, holy pilgrimages, holy monasteries, etc. There is also an urgent need to connect religious monuments with archaeological sites, museums, workshops, and places that give the imprint of the local community and its long culture, especially in the field of pilgrims, reception, and hospitality, because hospitality not only in monasteries and pilgrimages, but also in every Greek house, is considered something sacred and blessed. However, the key word of the whole project is respect for the sacred character of the religious and cultural monuments and destinations, as religiosity is linked to the concept of sacred. Focusing on our country, we found there are sacred pilgrimage everywhere, ecclesiastical monuments, monasteries, chapels, sanctuaries throughout the country, which are of high cultural, historical, and religious interest, as they are integral part of both Greek and world cultural heritage. They receive hundreds of visitors every day who seek to get to know this cultural heritage not only as museum genre, but mainly as a living experience. Many of these monuments passed through fire and water and managed to save, as the Ecumenical Patriarch Bartholomew mentions, having the seal of eternity. They are ideal destinations not only because they are elegant and hospitable places for visiting and witnessing the glorious past, but mainly because they reveal the Orthodox Christian civilization and are places of communion and experience of the authentic way of Christian Orthodox life. Even though I don't have much time, I will mention an example from the metropolis that God has made me worthy to minister, something that the pilgrimage wanderers can encounter in many other monasteries and pilgrimages. It concerns the holy monastery of Troplusitia, where the pilgrim, apart for the 45 Venetian monastery complex, its long and bloody history, the graceful relics of saints, the wonderful post-Byzantine icons and the exhibits of the museums of ecclesiastical art and engravings can become partaker for the time being in the way of cultivation of harvest production, packaging and tasting of organic olive oil, wine and traditional chikoudia. And maybe later there is the possibility to get to know the gazing process of sheep and goats, milking and cheese making. He or she can walk among organic vineyards and olive groves through appropriate paths, visit and stay in metochia of the monastery, walk through gorges of the area, admire the natural environment, enjoy the scents and the aromas of Cretan land, visit archaeological sites, and enjoy the clean sea. The authentic and experiential experiences offered by pilgrimage tourism are unique because pilgrims can follow the monastic program and at the same time be incorporated into the life of the monastery on the one hand and a wider community on the other. Despite the current recessionary conditions of the last 2 or more years due to the sanitary measures against the pandemic and also because of despite the consequences of the crisis, and act as one of the main pillars of the economy. Modern technology certainly helped and certainly helps to keep the flame of faith burning. However, under no circumstances does virtual reality, however faithful, replace religious experience and the sharing of all the senses of a man. All of us need to work systematically to promote, preserve, protect, and all the religious monuments, these excellent bastions of faith and ecclesiastical art of our fathers, for the benefit of all well-intentioned people, local and foreign visitors. I am sure that in the debate to follow, we will have the opportunity to exchange experiences and deepen on these topics. Thank you very much. Would you like to take the seat next to me? Deeply sorry for exceeding the time. His Eminence, the Metropolitan of Kidonias and Apokoronu, Damaskinos, has got the floor.
Jesus Christ was resurrected from the dead. Your Eminences, dear President, dear brothers, it's really hard in 4 minutes to make reference to all the things we would like to talk about, and allow me to say that that's my second attempt, because in my first attempt I found out that I had run out of time already. It is quite known that the term liturgy, by means of which the rite of Holy Communion is manifested means, etymologically speaking, a deed by the people. So a work, a deed that takes place or that happens by the people and for the people. Apparently, the adoption by the Orthodox theology of this term was not accidental, but aimed at highlighting the folk character, which, by its nature, Orthodox worshipping has to have according to the establishment and revelation of our Church in a single body. As an offspring of Orthodox worshipping, we would have to consider that in proportion that the simple people carry out specific rituals that are not being included in the official worshipping protocols of the Church, but they are habitually carried out and they represent an equally respectable part of our spiritual heritage. They are the excess of a pairing folk soul that takes the shape of customs and rites, like the ones so vividly described by Alexandros Papadiamatis in his novels. According to the above, today's conference is indeed a challenge and an opportunity for introspection in the legacy of all people whose piety connects its life with the traditions of every locale and every region, which sometimes are the same or sometimes they differ. Sadly, time limitations won't allow me to fully explain these thoughts of mine. Traditional ecclesiastical or church architecture and the life of people represent a form of harmonious coexistence of the people and its religious traditions. Standards and templates or models of temple building, monasteries, and other traditions that are intertwined with legends and beliefs, sometimes imaginary ones, lead the way to some amazing works of art. Some of the religious monuments of our place are awe-inspiring for the craftsmanship and the piety of the constructors, of the builders, who, without modern equipment, they have been able to carve the stone as if they were sewing and stitching it. At the same time, the stitchery or the embroidery, the traditional embroidery of monks, by means of which they were able to survive, represent another religious tradition which is not to be sidelined. I personally believe that in the context of today's discussion, we have to make reference as an aspect of cultural heritage, the worshipping in our church, which is something lively, something alive that introduces liturgical deeds that have been used by the people. There's no one who cannot make the link between the temple and ancient theater. The epitaph with the sacred veil of goddess Athena and the worshipping during the mysteries of Elefsina with the cross and the resurrection of Christ. Mainly, we have to take into account that the Greek people has always been worshipping the saints, Virgin Mary, in all major celebrations of in every year, and our people used to combine that with fairs, where the spiritual part of the festivity, meaning the liturgy, was combined with social aspects of our lifetime, like amusement, distraction, bonding, and financial transactions or agreements in the context of these fairs or other agreements. I believe the people used to believe that the saints, by means of their grace, inverted commas, have been blessing those traditional activities to the extent, of course, they were in moderation. which was a sign of this particular but always genuine and candid reverence our people used to show. All these things show the big, tangible and unbreakable link of our people with orthodoxy and folk religious tradition. The relationship between an Orthodox Christian and his or her parish exists. It's alive, it's productive, both for its spiritual establishment and for the worshipping deeds, as well as for the national, religious, and cultural identity of these people. So we're talking about rituals that link themselves with specific moments in a year or in the annual cycle, or the cycle of human life, with all these three main stops: birth, marriage, and death. They represent integral components of the religious life of traditional communities. Allow me at this point to make reference to climate change, which, more often than not, leads to a pathology of architecture, mainly that has to do with the stones and the rocks used for temple building. So I hope it was understood by the previous comments of mine that tradition both teaches and creates culture, which is something that the visitor looks up to and praises and tries to become part of that. But this also means additional responsibility for us, the young generations, which is to keep our traditions intact and as well as our particularities, while preserving our long-standing confession of the Hellenic or Greek Orthodox tradition, which has nothing to be envy of, given the main achievements of sciences and the contribution of Greek thinking to that. Thank you for that. And let me close with a traditional Cretan poem. Our Crete is filled with churches and monasteries, rites and prayers, festivities and fairs. Please have a seat with us. We have exceeded our time a bit, so I'd like to thank you both, Metropolitan Bishops. You moved us with your comments. Let me abuse the role of the president, of the moderator, and I will have only one question. There's a monastery close to Sitia, the one you mentioned. It's a monastery where an ordinary citizen may visit and be part of the liturgies, or while watching how olive oil is produced. Is it open for a non-Orthodox visitor? Of course you can. I think the previous speakers said so. We strongly believe that our Orthodox Church is open to everybody, with no discrimination, but always with discretion, as long as the protocol of the monastery is respected, and everyone, Orthodox or not, may visit the place, become part of the life of the monastery, and attend. I think there are very few people coming from northern Greece who know that. And that's a really interesting piece of information. I'm really sad to say that we have to move on with our break, because time is not on our side. We will stick around with the bishops, and the others may go for a coffee break.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater. There is a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover. Quite a few of them awarded the best in the world. What I consider authentic hospitality. I guess to make the visitor feel part of your family. This is the main reason why guests visit again and again. It is because they feel Crete as their second home.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well-aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater. There is a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover. Quite a few of them awarded the best in the world. What I consider authentic hospitality, I guess to make the visitor feel part of your family. This is the main reason why guests visit again and again. It is because they feel Crete as their second home.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Hey you, what do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater. There is a variety of incredible beaches all around the island open to discover. Quite a few of them awarded the best in the world. What I consider authentic hospitality. I guess to make the visitor feel part of your family. This is the main reason why guests visit again and again. It is because they feel Crete as their second home.
ΕΣΠΑ, με τη συγχρηματοδότηση της Ελλάδας και της Ευρωπαϊκής Ένωσης.
Hey, you. What do you want?
I want to see the sun.
I want an escape.
You there?
An office with a beach view.
I want a natural town.
You?
I want to taste real food.
Something well aged.
And you?
I want to relax.
I want peace.
All you want is Greece.
When I was a 10-year-old kid, I was so impressed with the series of Jacques-Yves Cousteau. Especially when I saw the documentary about the discovery of the 16th century French ship La Thérèse on the north of Crete. Straight after that, I took a mask and jumped in the water, and that was it. My friends joke that in another life I must have been a dolphin because I am addicted to water. Diving is about exploring a totally new world. You feel weightless, almost like an astronaut. Crete is unique. The landscape, the formations of the rocks which continues underwater.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, το συνέδριο ξεκινά. Παρακαλούμε, περάστε στην αίθουσα εργασιών. Ladies and gentlemen, the conference sessions are about to begin. Please proceed to the conference room.
Yes, yes. Yes, as you can. No. Μήπως θέλει ο κύριος Μανδραλάκης να έρθει στο μικρόφωνο. Ναι.
Καλώς σας βρήκαμε.
Είστε ο κύριος Μανδραλάκης.
Είμαι ο Δήμαρχος Πλατανιάς.
Χαίρομαι πολύ.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome. So, welcome to the municipality of Platanias. I'd like to thank Mr. Clark and the organizers of this event for this really interesting event, an international event given the participations, and allow me to share some thoughts with you. I feel as a host. So, let me welcome the Archbishop of Crete and the heads of the Church of Island, the representative of the Archbishop of Greece, the friend governor of the region, Stavros, and the Secretary General of the Ministry of Tourism, coming from Pratelias as well. He's not here he is currently in his homeland, so we are both hosting this event together, so to speak. It's a very particular event, and allow me, Mr. Clark, to share with you 3 thoughts of mine. Using as pretext, as a springboard, what the previous representatives of the local and regional government said, and of course what the bishops and His Holiness said at the beginning. The cultural stock of like churches, chapels, etc. We know that it's very it's extensive. For instance, late Archbishop of Kisamu and Kyrineos used to call the Sparta monasteries as a small Mount Athos because of the number of chapels, monasteries, churches spread around the area. That's why some years ago, here in the municipality of Platanias, we built a portal available right now. Using funds from the European Union, we developed a portal on the roots of churches and monasteries. We also had built a digital library of religious items, of course, under the auspices of the Bishop of Crete and the archbishops, because we have 2 archbishops covering the same municipality. Every 4 years, we have 2 people blessing us, giving us their blessings. So that portal, then, in collaboration with the Orthodox Academy of Crete, had its servers placed in the academy, and then we digitized all the archive of the Orthodox Academy of Crete. I'm talking about more than 10,000 volumes. So it may be accessible, this treasure may be accessible by any researcher, both Greek and foreigner, visiting the academy. It's a religious wealth, but also a scientific wealth. So just Google it, www.waclibrary.gr. You can find it there. Our next objective is to translate it also in Russian, because we have a large group of Orthodox people coming from Russia, and of course available to all visitors coming from across the globe. The second thing we did, and I have to thank Stavros Arnaoutakis for that, the region financed all studies, and as we speak, we have a project underway on the pathways. But, Mr. Clark, when you walk the pathways in the hinterland, you walk by milestones, churches, historical monuments, sites. So all these routes have been registered. Some of them are currently under research, and hopefully by September onwards, together with Mr. Midilogiannis, the head of the region's assistant, we will have a total comprehensive portal that also relates to the topic of your conference. Now, last thing, a gift for you. We have the new annual book of Platanias. At the cover page, you can find the Church of Rotonda, built back in 960 before Christ, when the first meeting of Orthodoxy took place. I used to call it ecumenical meeting, although 4 patriarchs were absent at that time because of their own reasons. So that meeting was hosted there, And together with the Ephorate of Antiquities, we have a guard there, so it's open to people. And if you had time after the conference, if you had the time after the conference, and if we had arranged that, you could have visited that. And so the cover page of this book, of the annual of the year book, is decorated with a painting of the temple built back in 600 BC. We have also built some copies that will be delivered to your guests, especially to the ones coming from other areas of Europe and the world. So welcome once again. Enjoy. Like to thank the mayor. Yeah, here it is. It's both in Greek and it's in 2 languages. Bilingual book. Thank you very much. It's a bilingual edition for you. Thank you.
Ευχαριστώ.
Now, let's open the next round of discussion. So I will present the panelists and then they will join me on the stage. So, fostering religious tourism in Greece, providing incentives. I'd like to invite Mrs. Polixeni Meira, professor in the Department of Tourist Management from the University of West Attica. Your Excellencies and representatives of other doctrines and religions, the ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to talk about something widely discussed also in this meeting about the conceptual determination of what religious tourism is and what pilgrimage is. Because as I'm about to explain, I think we have some essential differences that mean a lot, especially when it comes to how we handle these concepts. So on the one hand, we have cultural tourism, mentioned before, one of the oldest form of traveling. People used to travel from time immemorial. They were trying to find ways and understand various different or other civilizations, and for us, this currently represents the so-called cultural tourism. And it significantly contributes in financial, cultural, and social development of people, of a population. And as it was rightly said, this is a sustainable form of tourism. That's why all countries invest in that. On the other hand, we have, as I said, cultural tourism is multifaceted. Architecture, music, religion, of course, which is part of culture. We have acts, religious rites, cultural events. So the spectrum is wide. On the other hand, there's another form of traveling or moving. It's about the pilgrimage. The incentive is completely different. The pilgrim has a target to set himself or herself in the hands of God. The aim is spiritual. Of course, the traveling is something tangible, is something that happens physically. You travel in space, maybe against hardships. Of course, in our days, traveling is something completely different because despite prosperity and commercialization of traveling, and allow me to say we're a bit spoiled because pilgrims are quite relaxed. Because I've seen in Tinos pilgrims buying some protectors for their some protective pads for their knees in order to kneel towards the church. So I've seen that in various sites. There are some objectives to be met, yes, but the main one is the spiritual objective, to come closer to what is divine. So there's two different types of moving or traveling. We have other movements like the ones we used to have in ancient times. You can find that in all cultures and peoples. We call it hierapodimias in Greek, which means holy traveling. We're talking about sanctuaries where humans could go in order to come closer to what was thought as divine. After Lord, people started traveling to the holy places, despite difficulties. These very itineraries are cultural ones, because we have both believers and non-believers, just visitors following these itineraries. And that's the differentiation I want to stress, and that's my disagreement with the concept itself and the definition. Are pilgrims tourists? Are tourists different to pilgrims? What's the differentiation? One might say, why do you insist on that much? And let me explain. I'm talking now as a sociologist of tourism. I'm interested in the incentive, the motive, the reason why somebody travels. And that's what exactly determines his or her behavior and attitude, his or her needs and requirements. So all stakeholders, professionals, local government, the authorities, the government, they have to know who is the one doing the traveling. They have to know what their needs are, their desires are, so they can handle this movement in the right way. For instance, a believer who goes for a pilgrimage would like to do a fasting. So catering units, let's say, or facilities have to provide what he or she wants to consume. That's something I've seen abroad. They used to have the so-called pilgrim menu. Respectively, we have the certain desires and needs, because the pilgrim is not necessarily a believer of this doctrine. I have visited Muslim mosques or Hindu temples, sanctuaries of other religions, but I'm not a pilgrim. I'm a tourist. Given that I emphasize on the cultural aspect, yes, in this sense, I'm a religious cultural tourist. So there is a symbiotic connection. Of course, we have to know about that. It might be an active or a non-active one, an inactive one. And of course, the pilgrim may turn into a tourist. And that's up to the operator of a site, the professional, the private company, to encourage the pilgrim to become a tourist and carry out certain touristic activities on this locale. So we have two distinct activities. One thing is pilgrimage, where the faith, believing, is something completely different, and it's carried out under different circumstances. And we have religious tourism, which is a subcategory of cultural tourism. And in this case, we use touristic criteria to use the religious aspect of such a travel. Let me give you an example. I experienced that in Santiago de Compostela, one of the most massive destinations in Europe. They know very well that those following the route are not pilgrims only. So they are twin towns, and this brings me back to what the previous speaker said about pathways and trekking. So they are twin town with another pathway in Japan, in Kumano Kondo. And actually the trekkers receive the so-called certificate of dual pilgrim, which is impossible. You cannot be both an Orthodox and a Hindu one. But there are some people who try to find this spiritual exaltation. So they are invited and encouraged to visit both pathways. And of course, the result, the impact, is mainly financial for both locations. As a result, however, the travelers are better handled. These travelers are of high quality, and as a result, we do not aim at reaching a specific figure of travelers. So I think this distinction is to be made, and this is up to you to discuss it. How are we to handle these people? And it's very happy coincidence that we currently discuss that about the studies, because the people involved have to be educated and trained. That's why we have studies addressed also to theologists, who are the most capable to handle these flows of people. In our university, we have this course, the religious tourism and pilgrimage. We have other courses in the School of Theology of Greece, and I think we are moving to the right direction. That's all from me. Thank you very much. I hope I didn't go beyond my time, the time allocated to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Take your seat, please. And the next speaker is Professor Theodoros Metaxas, Department of Economics, University of Thessaly. Good afternoon, everyone. Your Reverend representative of the regional government. Thank you, economists, for this invitation. I'm an economist. I'm not a politician. I don't belong to the clergy. In the last 17 years, I am with the University of Thessaly. I try to tackle the spatial economic development. That means the economic development of cities, towns, and less of regions. Culture and religion are part of our interest. Tourism today, and in many cases we haven't understood that, we, as a country, I mean, is a science. It was mentioned by my colleague earlier. Tourism is a science. Second is psychology. Very important, the state of mind, because it has to do with human beings. And we will see what that means. Third, tourism means specialization. And as a specialization in science, it needs specialists around it. The sector, that is, where Greece is the sixth most dependent country in the OECD, and regions like Crete, South Aegean, and the Ionian Island, their per capita GDP is linked to tourism by 60%. The other two are primary sector and shipping. We have nothing else to offer in our country. These three pillars are the most important to us, and all three of them are linked among them. We heard by previous speakers and the clergy the notion of strategic planning. I need to inform you that we're not involved in marketing any longer. Place marketing is a new sector since 2002. City branding, city marketing, place branding, destination branding, all these are terms, theoretical, but with practical aspects. Unfortunately, we haven't given them great importance with regard to tourism development in Greece. Religious tourism, and my previous colleague distinct between the two tourism. We hear about spa tourism, well-being tourism. These are different things. Or medical tourism. Medical tourism is a hospital, a rehabilitation center. We must not be misguided. When we talk about religious tourism, we need to understand that is the second biggest flow of tourism globally after mass tourism. Do we have in Greece the infrastructure to accommodate religious tourism? Yes, we can develop all forms of tourism. That's true. Greece is a country with three natural possibilities. Geographical position. We have direct access, and with the present geographical position, with various cultures around it, and it is, and we have unique islands. The third is ancient Greek civilization. We have some samples of it in Turkey, but the main thing is here. So this is something that we've been offered, and we need to handle them. 32 million, dear friends, were the tourists, visitors, back in 2019 in our country. 80% of these 32 million, 22 to 26, went to 7 main areas in Greece: Rhodes, Crete, Mykonos, Santorini, Corfu, Athens, Thessaloniki. The rest went around Greece. We have areas in our country where tourism is a luxury. Some worrying data is from the 18 billion euros we had as a revenue in 2019-14 were realized during July and August. Since we talked about extension of the period of prolongation, and I've been hearing that for years on, the rest 4 billion were dispersed in the rest of months in a country where we can have tourism 365 yearly. Here we see how economic development or growth changes. The models have changed. Some previous speakers mentioned, and my colleague earlier referred to the data. And we don't have data about tourism in our country. Can you understand that? We don't have data. The data that we have are of macroeconomic interest. How many arrived, where they arrived from, how many days they stayed, the average consumption. With this in mind, and this data, you cannot have a tourist product. Well, if it's not a product, it has to do with commercial products, but we're talking about tourist. It is a commodity, a good. Tourism is a good, a commodity. In modern marketing, this is good. We don't have data about tourist demand or offer. The speaker said earlier the incentives. Okay, go to Crete, go to Chania. Okay, to visit the monastery of Sitia, mentioned earlier by a previous speaker. Why are we interested in why from these 32 million people that visited our country, why they came? The professionals might say they came for the sea, the sun, the culture. If they liked the bed in their hotel, did we ask them the food, the trail, the purchases, the monastery they visited? We don't ask them about all these things, but since we talked about gastronomy, we involved the religious tourism, which is a form, a specific form. It has to do with gastronomy, cultural tourism, and ecotourism, and hiking, etc. In order to create these tourist packages around gastronomy, the international practice examines 147 criteria to visit an area which promotes gastronomy. 147 motives. Are we interested in knowing what are they? Why we are not interested in that, but the Turks are interested, the Slovenians are interested, even the Bulgarians are interested. They have done an excellent job in religious tourism in the past years. Strategic planning, we have heard about that. We need to have a concrete vision and a mission, not a general one, because we have heard about sustainable development. We have heard about that. Generality is obsolete nowadays. We have the particularity and the unique aspect, local distinctiveness and uniqueness. That is what we need to examine when we talk about satisfaction of the visitor, the pilgrim. Experiential tourism, very important notions, but we need to examine them. And we cannot have strategic plans without getting into the process of asking them who are interested in that. Where should we seek growth? Local products? Crete is full of local products. The whole Greece is full of local products. We have trails, mountains, monuments, everything. Strategic planning. That is what where we are lagging behind. We have forgotten to cooperate. What does cooperation mean? Cooperation means that I recognize that the other one knows and I don't know, and I ask his point of view and assistance. During the pandemic, and this is an example, Mr. Kikilias was Minister of Health, and now he's Minister of Tourism. As a Minister of Health, he was in contact with the people on a daily basis, but he invited the experts to talk about the pandemic, and he was not the one to talk. So tourism is such. We need to have experts to talk about it, because all of us might have a point of view about tourism development, but we have a different aspect to look at it. This is a mistake. We need to learn to know, I don't know. I'm not aware of that. It's not possible things to happen around us and we stay with the myth that everybody will visit us. No, they won't come. During the pandemic, we carried out a research under the auspices of the Hellenic Tourism Organization. We have a good cooperation with EOT, supported by Mrs. Gereku and the Secretary General. A survey with regard to COVID and its impact on businessmen. 600 businesses participated. Do you know what the businessmen said? That Greece sells alone. We don't sell our products based on cultural planning or strategic planning. Please, you don't have so much time. Deeply sorry. You have exceeded your time. Okay, be briefer, please. Okay, I will do that, the speaker says. So they would say that Greece sells on its own. And these are the words of businessmen. And here we see how the tourist product changed. Spirit tourism, Italy, monasteries in central Italy went there in practice 15 years ago. They addressed to all those who wanted to feel spiritually uplifted, mainly Americans. That is the tourist product that exists. Everything, sites, monuments, etc. Religious tourism was mentioned by my colleague earlier. These are some things you experience as a pilgrim, as a visitor, as a tourist with regard to religious tourism. We have the offer on the one hand and the demand on the other. Tourism is an economic activity, multi-level one. What do we offer in Greece? Everything. These are cultural goods, World Heritage cultural goods in Greece. I mentioned earlier some religious tourism examples in Thessaly, Meteora. Not only religious tourism in Thessaly, Meteora. It's not only Meteora in Thessaly if you want to visit something as a pilgrim or a religious tourist. CNN praises everything. Main question, are we satisfied by Meteora or other religious destination? Are there any multiplier benefits for the wider region? Because when you have all these buses below the Meteora, the whole community should benefit from that. The businesses, the locals, etc. Is there a clear participatory design model? Are there any data with regard to the number of visits? Are there any marketing strategic approaches? Well, I don't have time to go further. Since it was mentioned earlier, I need to say some things about technology. A speaker earlier said that technology is a tool. Yes, we have heard that from the Minister of Tourism. Tourism is not an application, it's not technology, it's not social media. Tourism means experiential contact of the tourist with the place he visits. That cannot be assured by a video, through a video. It is a tool. Technology is a tool. We should not invest only in that we have a portal, an application, etc. That's not enough. We need to invest in our communication, that is between us and the visitors, and to be aware of why she visits it, particularities, feelings. All these have to do with the mentality of tourists. We need to tackle this mentality. We need to understand it in order to produce goods addressed exclusively to them and enhancing thus growth, development, and promotion of various areas. Otherwise, the result won't be the one we would like it to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Metaxas. Please, one remark. Making use of my role of a moderator. So we agree that it's one thing to talk about cultural tourism, and it's another thing to talk about religious tourism and the pilgrimage, yes. And there should be this kind of distinction, exactly. But judging by my experience, I've seen that An ordinary tourist may become a pilgrim. He may be touched, moved, and... Would you like to comment on that? Yes, I'm talking about the main motive because, for instance, a pilgrim needs a different kind of accommodation. In Spain, the pilgrims spend the night in some simple lodgings offered by the church, collective ones. Tourists are something different because tourism aims at satisfaction, pleasure. It's a different set of incentives and motives involved. Of course, if you operate that properly, you can show the spirituality of a place and allow the tourist to become also a spiritual one. But let me repeat that. You can show respect to this person. So let me go back. The way the trip is organized, the kind of lodging, the catering, everything has to do with the main incentive of the traveling. It's not everything about money. Those tourists, the pilgrims, may have a smaller financial footprint on the place because they follow walks, pathways, remote areas, they visit churches, yes, but we have to know whom we are talking to. So the main incentive. And I'm talking, once again, I'm saying I'm a sociologist, I also have financial studies behind me, but economists normally try to measure everything by means of figures and currencies. Yes, we have 365 days of touristic offering, and we can have a dissemination of this offering throughout the country. And COVID presents us with an opportunity because we have a new trend, the slow tourism. People want to visit remote areas, learn more things about the place. There is an opportunity we have to use. And as a result, there will be dissemination of growth across the country, not just in specific areas. Do you agree, Mr. Metaxas? I'm an economist, and tourism is a financial activity. What interests us in technocratic terms is to have a lodging, a night stay of a single person in an affordable area means 100 euros. So if this means something to us, then my colleague is right. So we stick to the particular features of the ones who visit us. If we tell that these guys are Orthodox, so we have the same religion, so we want them, that's a mistake. This kind of segregation or fragmentation of markets is wrong. If you don't know what the habits are, if you don't know what the needs and the trends are, then you don't know the touristic market, and you won't say that I want tourists coming from Portugal, Romania, or Bulgaria only. In the past, we had the house of Kemal in Thessaloniki. Suddenly, we had buses coming from Turkey. So we had to have this house of Kemal in order to get tourists from Turkey. These actions are not strategically planned. They have nothing to do with touristic growth. The only thing these actions aim at is to exploit the touristic season and get some receipts. We have to get away of that. Okay, the money we can find from June to September, that's it. No, that's not touristic growth. That's not what touristic growth is about. We have to understand that. We live in an area which is an international brand name. Crete, in the future, is independent on its own as a brand, I mean. It's the most dynamic area in Greece. But there are other areas we have to dig really deep and see what we can do. The most recent trend is spa tourism. Greece has more than 400 fountains for spas untapped, fully untapped. But yes, but can we use them? No, we cannot use them. Because spa tourism is one of the most specialized forms of touristic growth. It calls for specialized people, professionals, specific packages offered. So we can't have an entire country filled with sources of hot water for spa tourism. we are doing this is wrong. Let's check the potential of every area. Okay, we're talking about gastronomy. Of course, this is the motherland of Mediterranean diet. Crete, yes. Yet, but the Mediterranean diet one can find in Italy as well, or in Turkey, or in Spain. Why should we be different? So, we have to move on to the next round of discussion. Thank you, Mr. Metaxas. And I'd like now to deliver the role of the moderator to my colleague. To my colleague to the right. He didn't say the name. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for being here with you, your reverences. Secretary General, thank you very much for the invitation. I would like to thank the economists for that. I've been cooperating with economists for many years as a Secretary General in the Ministry of Tourism between 2015 to 2019, and now as a Regional Director, World Travel and Tourism Council, and I have the opportunity to be able to have knowledge and participate in international conferences. Recently, I attended the Global Summit WDTC in Manila. I will mention also how important pilgrimage tourism is for them too. I have never thought as a child. I grew up in Thessaloniki. Thank you very much for giving me the floor, Clark. I grew up playing around the churches in my neighborhood. I would visit with my parents all these pilgrimages in the wider area. But I could never understand that back then we were part of this pilgrimage tourism. For us, it was magic to light a candle in a church or taste some Turkish delight in a monastery where the elderly would drink a tsipurol produced by the monks. For us, back then, when I was a child and during my adolescence were some of the best memories I could imagine. It was with great joy when I went to the Ministry of Tourism. One of the main actions I planned was the program for the further development of pilgrimage with His Reverence Archbishop of Dodoni. We have discussed about the differences of religious pilgrimage, theoretical discussions, as mentioned earlier by the professors, Mrs. Mira and Metaxas. We discussed about the theoretical aspect of tourism. What is religious? What is pilgrimage? What do we expect to gain? Shall we involve entrepreneurship with this spiritual feeling? So I would like to invite in my panel for the discussion having a discussion. We have heard the framework, a lot about the framework by the holinesses. We have also heard the political aspect or the financial aspect, but okay, we have talked about all this. The business in pilgrimages, in religious tourism, what part do they play? I will agree with Mr. Metaxas that the tourists will invest some money. It's good for the local society and the economy. It's good for the development, especially in areas where we don't have sea, in the mainland mostly, but areas that have monuments of various interests that visitors would like to enjoy. So we will talk about business. Mr. Vasiliadis will be with us, director of the GNTO Israel. We will speak, we have met before. Good morning, welcome. The Secretary General left to allow you to express your points of view. We will have the Secretary of Chania Hoteliers Association, Mr. Kyriakos Papadakis. I know him as Kyriakos, not as Kyriakos Papadakis. Welcome. So we will have also with us Christos Anagностopoulos, Director of Intelligence Systems, who will share with us some technological aspects. Lab Department of Cultural Technology and Communication, University of the Aegean. Welcome, welcome. And of course, a young person, they have their offices in Mesogion, Yorgos Desilas, founder and CEO of Flexcar. So, Yorgos, who will talk to us. Hello, Yorgos. You have done a lot of interesting things. I was reading your CV earlier, but you will talk to us about innovative thing of your business. So we have pilgrims and religious tourists. We talked about all these aspects. We have agreements and disagreements of what pilgrimage is or what a religious tourist is. Let's see how this tourist that comes for other things in our country, but also to see, visit, and pay tribute to our monuments. So how will we bring people, tour operators, for example, the other GNTO? So what about hospitality? Kyriakos will talk to us about that. And where shall they sleep? What services should they have? Did we ask tourists if they like the mattress, the bed, the Cretan honey? You use that in Crete a lot. And then we shall see how new technologies and digital transformation can play an important role. We had digital transformation back in some Greek movies when we would just utter a name and the door would close. It is a Greek comedy of the 1960s. So where would they sleep? So what tools of technology can be used for some virtual experiences? So Yorgos, with his startup, will talk to us about how they can have a car, a vehicle at a good price, I imagine. I did some market research to know your prices. So, Dimitris, why the Israelis would go to Andros? So why will they go to Andros, and why did you do in the Western Greece a fun trip? And talk to us about Israel. Good morning. I would like to thank the economists for the invitation to be here amongst you. It's rather a paradox to be in this panel as determined by Mr. Yalas. I represent